Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 2026 Super Billiards Expo. That is actually not the right names here on the screen. We'll get that fixed for you in 1 second. My name is Frank Mialetti from Billiard Sports Network. This is the 32nd annual Super Billiards Expo. We're going to be starting off here today with Shane Wolford versus Gregorio Sanchez, also known as Guama. All right, we're going to be getting kicked off here. Shane Wolford breaking the first rack. See any overhead here. Couple balls down. All right, 2 balls down. Shane's going to play the 2 right to the corner. We'll just play it in, slide the cue ball just a little bit to his left. Ooh, the ball rattles. If you follow both of these players, Shane and Guama, which that's his nickname, they have played a lot recently. A couple exhibition matches down in North Carolina, also over at the Wolf's Den in Roanoke, Virginia, where Shane's family owns the pool room down there. We are currently live in 3 locations. Our fans from WNT TV from around the world. Of course, the Billiard Sports Network on YouTube. And the Digital Pool all-table streaming system. If you're watching on WNT TV and you'd like to have some interaction, you can always go to the BSN YouTube channel, leave WNT up, and come talk to us on the YouTube channel. Gregorio's going to have a clear shot on the 5. I'll play the 5 to the corner. Going to slide back out, playing the 8 ball down to the bottom corner here. He's going to play the cue ball high, roll over. Play the 6 into the corner here. 1 rail up for the 9. Oh, he's going to be a little cute with it. Come around the table. 3 rails. Playing the 9 ball into the same pocket. All right, we have 1-0 here. Gregorio Guama Sanchez over Shane Wolford.
Power, precision, prestige, unleashing tour-level performance, built for the biggest stage. Powered by Q-Tech, inspired by Matchroom, the 9-ball series.
All right, you see there, those beautiful 9-ball series cues. You can purchase them at jsqsales.com, one of the official retailers of Q-Tech and Billiard Sports Network. See on the spread here. Shane's going to try to run into, he does, but is not going to give him a good position on that two. See on the overhead. Shane could potentially play it safe here if he can clip the right side of the two ball, sending the cue ball 2 rails around the 5 back down the other end of the table. I don't know how much of the ball he's going to be able to get. We'll have to see here in a moment. All right, cue ball will rest up behind the 6. Gregorio coming to the table. He's going to see if he's going to need his jump cue or not. See here in our distance view, he's going to go over top of the 6. Looking to play the 2 into the 5. Great shot by Guama. All right, 3 ball going to go down to the corner. 4 is right in the side pocket. We're going to have some special guests with us this week. Scott Frost is going to be here in the booth with us on Saturday and Sunday for the stage 2 of this event. Have some of our friends here from the Super Billiards Expo will jump in, do some commentary with me, grab a couple of the players if we can. I think the boss is running around here, Emily Frazier. We'll see if we can possibly get her in there and talk a little bit with us. We'll get the score updated for you too. All right, 8 ball going to go into the side pocket. 1 rail over. Guama looking to play the 9 into the corner and take a quick 2-0 lead here on Shane Wolford in the race to 10 here at the 32nd annual Super Billiards Expo in Oaks, PA, right outside my hometown here of Philadelphia.
Hello guys, I'm Fedor Gorst and you're watching Billiard Sports Network.
Ghost is here. He's playing later on today against TJ Black. I believe that match is going to be somewhere around 2:30, if I'm not mistaken. All right, rack number 3. Wolford to the table, misses the 2-ball. It's 2 times in a row now on that 2-ball. He shot it, which was sort of routine for Shane, and he misses the ball in the corner. Let's see if Guama can capitalize early. You've probably heard Guama's name a lot before, also playing Lucas Werner, last week's WNT winner in New York's at the RACS event, excuse me. Lucas and Guama have had many battles over the years. All right, Shane's going to go back up and down the table. Makes contact, but we'll leave the combination 2 to the 6 open. Guama's got a pretty simple run out here again, playing the 4 up into the corner. 5 will go in the side pocket. Playing with the Aramith set, so it will be the pink 4, orange 5. Little tough spot here on the 7. Play it to the corner. Gonna look for him to come 1 rail over, playing a 9 in the same pocket. All right, Gregorio Guama Sanchez is going to take a 3-0 lead here against Shane Wolford. Great commercial there for the next gen, the future of pool. I would definitely think it's in good hands with some of the young lads that are on there. Mr. Januarda, Mr. Manis, going to be household names soon. Guama, again, another open rack. A 7 to the 8 might be slightly tough. And just as I say that, he misses the 3. Some call it the Fable commentary curse. All right, Shane looking at the 4. 7 now is tied up with the 9. That's going to become an issue. Let's see here on camera 3. It's going to be a little tough to get that 7 in. Coming back up table for the 5 ball. Should be able to play the 5 right into the corner. I'd like to see maybe if he's going to leave himself an angle on the 6. Maybe playing off the side rail, playing the 6 in, playing off the side rail, running into the balls. We'll see here in a moment. Shane does not make the 5. Q is going to be tight to the 6 anyway. All right, Guama up to the table. I love saying his name, Guama. All right, so this is the shot I was alluding to a few minutes ago. He's kind of straight on the 6. He does have a slight angle, though, so he may be going forward 2 rails. So it would be left rail, bottom rail. Comes up in between the gap. Seven does go clean. All right, so Guama is going to look to take a commanding lead here and get himself to 4. I have seen both of these players go back and forth. Sometimes one is up by 6, 7 racks, and then the other one comes back. All right, so it's going to be 4-0 currently. Guama Sanchez. This is an alternate break format. I think I was remiss on telling you that in the beginning. Alternate break, 2 ball will be racked in the back or the 2 sides. Of course, with every WNT event, 9 ball will be on the spot. 9 ball made on the break. Of course, is a golden break. All right, Wolford to break, trailing 4. Looking to get back in this. Oh, and the cue was kicked in. You can see there, kicked in the side pocket. All right, ball in hand for Guam is something that all right, Guama up for the 5 ball. Playing the 5 into the corner. A little bit of high English come off the top rail. Wants to kind of be in the center of the table. He wants a good angle for the 6. Doesn't, I mean, he could be straight and be okay, but yeah, he'll have an angle on the 6 here. Come out 1, possibly even 2 rails. To be able to play the 7 in the side pocket. A little short though, Guama, so he will. Let's see here on the side angle. Not as steep as it does on the main angle, but I'll just play up to the rail. Our next matchup here on the TV table will be BJ Usery versus Earl Strickland. Get your popcorn ready for that one, folks. That'll be a good one. All right, Guama cuts it in and is going to make the score 5-0 right now, currently against Shane Wolford. Check out Dr. V's custom shop there for Shane Van Boning's new chalk. Going to be going into rack number 6 here momentarily. All right, 5-0. Guama breaking. Trying to keep that lead big. Dry break, but look at the cue behind the 9 and 4 ball. Yes, that will be the next match here. It will be Earl Strickland versus BJ Usery. If you're watching with us on YouTube, don't be afraid to share that out. Free stream, free to watch here. If you're watching on WNT TV, welcome. And of course, if you're watching on the digital pool all table streaming system, thank you for joining us there too. Shane Wolford just moves the 5 a little bit out of the way of the 3. Guama fires that one right into the corner. Guama's playing with a lot of confidence right now. Hitting the balls pretty well. Moving well on the table also. Good pace. Gonna have the 4 in the side pocket. Q rolling up for the 6 ball. 6, 7, 8, 9 here for Guama. How's he going to move over to that 7 though? Looking here on camera too. And that's how he's going to get to the 7. 1 rail over. Not as far as he wanted to get though. He wanted to be maybe another 6, 7 inches. Guama does not make the 7. This is the opportunity Shane Wolford needs. All right, Shane needs 3 balls to get himself on the board for the first rack. Wolford coming down for the 9. All right, Shane Wolford is on the board. Score is 5-1 here in a race to 10. So we were saying a few minutes ago, if you are watching here, if you want to watch the rest of the tournament on the other tables, all 400 matches, I believe, is what it's going to be in this event, with 175 players. Check out the digital pool, all table streaming system. Now with that system, you can access any table, any match. It's also like an on-demand instant replay. You can go back and watch other matches tomorrow. Match 7, I'm sorry, rack 7, Shane breaking. Look at the 9. Almost a golden, but nice layout of the table. Almost. Two to 3 will be a slight obstacle. I don't see anything tough after that. Just maintain your line. So he'll play the 3 into the corner, letting the cue ball. He could either spin to the left or go forward to the right side rail. All right, so the angle going away from the 4 here, he's got to be careful of. He does not want the cue ball to go into the side pocket. So I'll put just a little bit of inside on it. Shane coming across for the 6 ball. Playing the 6 up into the corner. Is going to hold for the 7 on the opposite side. Shane looks like Shane Wolford is starting to string them together a little bit here now. I'm going to play the 8 to the corner. 9 balls over there waiting for him. All right, Shane Wolford has 2 here in a race to 10. Guys, check out jsqsales.com, the official retail Q sales of the Billiard Sports Network. Later on today, we're going to get you some views from inside the expo. We're going to have a roaming camera person who's going to walk around, show you a couple of cool booths. Got Jason Shaw here. Fedor Gorst has a booth. Of course, all the players that are sponsored. Doing some booth time. You can see Tyler Steyer over at the Moochie booth. Guama has a pretty wide open table here, playing the 2 into the corner. So looking ahead here, there's going to be a couple of real nice matchups that could potentially happen in round 2. There is a match here I'm looking at of 2 legendary players, Tommy Kennedy versus Mr. Ralph Soke. Cue ball around for Guama. We'll play the 6 up to the top right. Good Latin matchup on round 2. Miguel Batista going to be playing against Jesus Atencio. Another good one, Carl Nadeberg versus David Arcadi. Check out the bracket here on digitalpool.com. Search for 2026 Diamond Open at Super Billiards Expo. All right, Guama going to take a 6-2 lead here if he pockets. And he does. He pockets the ball, and he'll have a 6-2 lead currently over Shane Wolford. All right, 6-2 on the score. Shane's break. Some great names here. Some of the ladies are playing. Savannah Easton is playing in this event. Sophia Mast. My friend Rebecca from Vermont area is also playing. Happy to see ladies jumping in on the WNT tour also. Wolford does not really have a clear pocket at that 2. Nips the edge, brings the cue ball down below the 9. Guama can have 2 different types of shots. He can kick left side rail into the 2 ball. Excuse me 1 second, folks. The tournament director, Doug, is making an announcement. Miss by Guama. I would have thought he would have went the other way, more clear on the 2. All right, Wolford has a chance. To shorten that lead that Guama has on him. If you're new to Gregorio Sanchez, I'm calling him Guama because that's his nickname. And Shane will play the 3 into the corner, roll over for the 4. He needs a good angle. He's got the angle here. Plus he has the stroke to be able to accomplish this shot. He'll play the 4 into the corner. Drawing with a lot of low left up the table. Doesn't want to hit the 9. I'm saying he doesn't want to hit the 9. That's a tough one for him. Wolford going to play the 6 in. Come around the table pretty strong. If he connects the 8, he's good. Oof. Misses the 8. A little tough for him. Yeah, if he would have got into the 8 ball, it would have helped him. So Shane looking at a couple of different options that he has. He's got to come into this rail tight, so as close as he can to the point of the pocket. Watch this 9. It's going to get moving. Oof. I knew there was an opportunity for it to go. Guama. I like Guama using 2 rails. Nothing fancy, just right side rail, left side rail. Sometimes you'll see players that kind of want to overstroke that ball. They'll hit it real hard and try to come to 1 rail, and then they wind up scratching in the corner. I've seen that happen a lot of times. All right, Gregorio plays the 9 up into the corner. That will be 7 for him, 2 for Mr. Shane Wolford, who is going to the U.S. Open.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. 2 rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the 4 corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000.
U.S. Open in August. And it's new location in Texas. I cannot wait to be at that one. That's going to be a fun time. Part of me is a little sad because it's been in Atlantic City the past couple of years, which is about a 45-minute ride from my home. But, you know, the old adage, have microphone, will travel. I don't do any of the matchups, though, for WNT. That's for the super professionals there, Scott Frost, Carl Boyes, my main man, Phil Yates. They'll be calling that action for you. Guama, nice shot to get on the 4 ball. He's got a steep angle for the 6. He's got 2 options, 1 rail or 2. He'll probably go 1. That will give him a little bit of a steeper rail on the 7 ball. You might see him use a lot of right-hand English, spin 2 rails, or he could hit it slightly outside and just come up 1. Does come up the 1 rail. Guama will have to watch his speed coming off of this rail. He doesn't want to overstroke the ball, wind up 50-yard line on the 8. So this is one of those, either go past it or stay in front of it. And you can see just by the body language, he did exactly what I was trying to say he shouldn't do. It's a makeable 8-ball shot, but it's going to get him out of line a little bit. Let's see how he'll recover from it. Seems a little angry with himself on that shot. I can understand it. He has a little bit of a lead. Look at that. He rights the ship, comes back across for the 9. Guama keeping that 5-game lead currently right now over Shane Wolford. Score is 7-2. my good buddies is playing in this event here. He's going to tell you what you're watching.
Ich bin Moritz Neuhausen und ihr schaut gerade Billiards Sports Network.
I always like getting the guys to do the call-outs for me in their native language. I always think it's pretty cool. Okay, rack number 9. We're just waiting for that scoreboard to update for you. Guama in the lead, 7-2. 8-2, apologize. Wolford have a bank on the 1. Shane plays a lot of 1 pocket, so I would expect him to bank that ball. No problem, but the 4 is in the way now. He's got a piece of it. Should be all right. Probably not as much as he wants to, the effort that he has to put into this one, but he should be fine. For the 3 in a tough spot. Coming over for the 4-ball. 5 is kind of in a tough spot here, but he can use the 5 to cut this 4 across the table so the cue ball doesn't get wild on him. All right, 4-ball going down to the corner. I'm sorry, 9-ball going down to the corner. Folks, I got to step away for 1 second. I will be right back. All right, folks, back to the action here. Sorry, I had to step away for a moment. All right, Guam going to go 2 rails, bottom rail, right rail, into the 1. All right, cue ball coming over. Shane Wolford tries to leave him behind the 8 ball. Guama will have a piece of it. One, excuse me, apologize. 1 rail kick into the 1. Cue ball's going to come back down table. Cue ball makes, sorry, 1 ball makes last a little hit effort on the 5, which will then take the pocket. Shane puts the cue ball on the other side of the 6. Guama shows a little appreciation for the safety. Checking here on the overhead. Guama will look to come 2 rails into the 1 ball, so he's going to probably hit just a little bit to the left of the diamond, maybe about 3 inches. Oh, good try. Rattles out of the pocket. All right, Shane putting the cue ball. He's going to play the safe. Putting the cue ball behind the 5-3. 1 ball at the other end of the table. Does get slightly in the way of the 9-8. Guama's going to have to create a little bit of magic to hit this one. Well, made an attempt there. I guess we'll call it that, but ball in hand to Shane Wolford. 3 ball and 4 are still, I'm sorry, 5 ball and 4 are still locked up though. I think Shane will attempt maybe to put him on 3. Because he has him on 2. I'm sorry, he has him on 1 right now. Doesn't want to make it. All right, leaves Guama very, very tough on this shot. Good try by Guama. Does not succeed, but a very good try. Ball in hand. Guama is now on 2. Shane coming around. He's going to get himself behind the 3. Oh. That's slightly brutal. Wolford had a good opportunity. Everything was open at that point. Will come off the bottom rail. Playing the 2 up table, trying to hold behind the 8-9. Now I believe Guam is going to have the hit. Definitely have the hit on the 2, so he'll probably avoid the 3 foul. Might even be able to pocket it. Does not pocket. Whoa, side pocket. That's 3. Loss of rack. That was very unexpected. So Shane Wolford's going to get away with one there a little bit. That'll make it 8-4 now on the score. One ball in the side, cue ball in the corner. Just when Shane is trying to get it going quicker. Guama back up 2 into the corner. Gets a little bump on the 8 ball. It's going to push him out of the way for the 4. 4 is being blocked by the 5 ball. Guam will play the combination. No, he's just going to go for the safe. Don't think he fully got there. Wolford should be able to pocket this, come 2 rails around the 5 ball. He does not. He catches the right side edge. Five to the corner. 6 will be pocketed in the side pocket. You can just let the cue ball roll forward to play the 7 on the left side. Guama looking to pocket this and get himself on the hill. Saying a little bit earlier, our next matchup here on the TV table will be Earl Strickland and BJ Usery. All right, Gregorio on the hill, breaking for the win. Nice cut by Guama in the side pocket. Lines himself up for the 3 ball. Four in the same pocket, gonna come up 1 rail. All right, 5 into the corner, gonna come across for the 6. Guama's got 4 balls left to get himself out of this match. Little straight on the 6 though. Taps his cue in disgust. Might have to go forward 2 rails. He's going to draw it instead. Be careful, he might die in the center of the table. Gets a little on it. I'm being asked in the chat if they'd asked me if I, something about a hoodie, and I said I haven't left the room. And they asked me if I'm sleeping here. No, I have a very nice hotel down the road. Nice cut by Guama. Gets a little bit of a bump on the 8. He's going to wave off to Shane Wolford. Was not going for that bump. Guama going to go 3 rails around to the 9. Looking to play the 9 into the top corner. All right, and Guama Sanchez plays the 9 to the corner. He's going to win the first match with a score of 10-4 over Shane Wolford. That'll put Shane Wolford onto the B side. Guama to the next round. In a few minutes here, we will have Earl Strickland versus BJ Usery. Guys, I'll be right back here in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Earl Strickland versus BJ Usery. We'll be right back. All right, guys. Going to be started here momentarily. Earl Strickland, the legendary Earl, versus Billy Usery. This one has the makings to have a whole lot of fireworks to it. Both players very passionate about pool. Have some pretty good followings as well. Thank you all for watching. You are watching on the Billiard Sports Network YouTube channel. Of course, WNT television around the world. Thank you to all of our international viewers. And if you purchased the digital pool pay-per-view package with all the tables, you will also have this table too. We appreciate that. Thank you very much. $175 players in this event. This is the largest Super Billiards Expo event that has ever been produced. This is my second year in a row producing this event. I'm very excited to be here. My hometown, Philadelphia, right down the road. Players are just going to hit a couple balls real fast, and then they will be getting themselves ready to start. You see the Pearl wiping the table down as he customarily does. Earl likes a clean table. I've had the opportunity to do some traveling with Earl before and some interviews, and let me tell you, Earl is, Earl's a character, but I'll tell you, man, Earl has some incredible knowledge of the game. One of the all-time greats. Missed a spot there, Earl, right there in the bottom. Get it. There you go. He got it. Good job, girl. Now we're going to get started here in a moment, folks. Billiard Sports Network, Digital Pool, and WNT. Thank you for watching. Got a couple cool WNT events coming up, but the one that I'm most excited about is this one.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open.
Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
Let me get myself some of that Texas barbecue down there at the end of August. Can't wait for that one. I've called many matches in my lifetime, but every time I call Earl, I still get a little giddy from being a young man watching him play to now just being able to call legends is awesome. And give Earl a rack here, and then they'll get started.
Match number 58, Boris Ivanovsky and Joe Zolnaki. That will be on table 16.
All right, looks like Earl didn't need a practice rack. Looks like we're off to the races here. Earl Strickland, BJ Usery. Looking at the table layout. The promoters of the event. A little bit of a relaxed setting, allowing players to wear headsets, I believe. Take a look over Earl's shoulder. Playing the one ball to the corner. Earl's immediately just going to dish it out a little bit. 3 and 6 locked up here in the top corner. Both players are going to try to feel each other out here early in the first rack. All right, BJ parks him right behind the 9 ball. Here in the chat, ready for war. If they would allow me to, I would mic up Earl all day long. I'll tell you a quick story. I was down in Florida. If you've listened to my channel before, you've probably heard it, but I was down in Florida. It was me, Earl, Dave Bartosiak from Classic Billiards, and Dennis Hatch. We were all out to dinner. And Earl started talking about straight pull. And, you know, Earl's not a big fan of jump cues. And I had to get him started. I said, Earl, you know, in today's game, you have to have a jump cue to do anything good in pool. And he went off on a 45-minute tangent about jump cues in today's game and straight pull. And both Dennis Hatch and Dave Bartosiak were looking at me like, you had to get him started, didn't you? But I love Earl. I love being around Earl. It's always fun to have him around. He's right down the road from me there in Jersey. And it's always great to have a legend that close to you. All right, Earl will play the 1 ball to the corner. Cue ball will slide over to to the right side, playing the 2 up into the corner if he likes.
All right. Match number 61. Your table's now available. Table 14. That's David Mudre and Rich Brzezowski. David Mudre and Rich Brzezowski. Table 14.
Earl going to go for, try to either put him on safe or hope that BJ here kind of sells out the shot and opens the 6-3. All right. Billy plays the 1 to the right side. Gonna have a little bit of a safety battle, I think, here in our first rack. Look over Earl's shoulder again. Chat's a little wild today. I like it. Earl's moving it. You know, we were talking about a few minutes ago about the knowledge of pool. Earl is one of those guys, you got to get him, you got to get that knowledge out of his head somehow, and on paper or on a DVD or, God, I'm dating myself, DVD, but, you know, in that knowledge has to be passed on, because when Earl's not around anymore, hopefully, which will be a long time from now, that knowledge is going to go away. All right, like I said, both players are kind of just working the ball right now. That might be the first mistake. It's going to be ball in hand to Earl, but realistically, it's kind of the same layout Earl had a few minutes ago with the 1 ball in the same spot. 3 and 6 are still tied up. Earl's going to take a look at it. 1-8 combination is there. If he wants to get a little chippy with it, he can play it up to the corner, maybe play it off the 3. That's a real... Oh, Earl misses the combo. BJ might be trying to hide it again. That's a nice shot by BJ Usery. In kind of tight. We'll check on the overhead. It's not a terrible play by BJ. All right, foul ball in hand. Oops, Earl accidentally hit the... Somebody's asking me here in the chat if they can call over a third party to watch a hit. There are area referees here at this tournament. So there is a referee, you know, kind of in a region. And that referee will be called over to watch any hits, make any kind of rulings if necessary. All right, somebody opened the 3-6 a little bit now. All right, let's look at the calculations here from Earl. All right, it's going to be ball in hand to BJ Usery. That's a smart move by BJ. Going to put Earl on 2. Moves the 6 out. And locks the ball up. This is going to be a tough one. My first pool cue ever was an Earl Strickland Eliminator pool cue by Q-Tech. Oh. All right, that's going to be 1-0. BJ Usery over Earl Strickland. A little bit of a cerebral battle there, rack number 1. Now, we were talking earlier about the U.S. Open. But prior to that, of course, we had the 9-ball tour. And we're going to be at different places here. I'm going to show you a few locations here in a minute. All right, guys, back here to the action. 1-0. BJ Usery with the 3 foul over Earl the Pearl. Got a couple of matches ending here in the tournament. Got a good one over there on table 1. Bucky Soventhong is up 8-6 on Sean Wilkie from Havre de Grace, Maryland. I think that's how you say it. My East Coast accent. Earl, oh, just misses the 6 in the side. It doesn't land in the best spot, though, for Billy. Couple regional shortstop players here and some good matches. It's a good one coming up later on. Elliot Sanderson from the UK playing against Sergio Rivas. Also have the young Savannah Easton and Sophia Mast. 2 of my favorite young ladies are here playing, giving it their all. I love that they're in the event too. That's the one cool thing about the WNT. Anybody can play. You can jump in. Later on, you have Sullivan Clark versus Watali Patsura. That might be our next TV table match. I'm going to talk to the powers that be, pretty much me, and see if we can make that one happen. I like Sullivan, and of course, Watali, as I've given him his American name, Vinny. See if we can get him into the next matchup here. Oh. All right, Billy up to the table behind the 9. Billy going to get airborne. Even if he makes it, it's going to be a distance shot on the 9. Let's see what Billy has. Oh, ho, ho. Hits it square. That's going to be ball in hand to Earl on the 9 ball. And BJ's going to go get the cue ball for Earl. Showing a lot of respect to Earl. Okay, we have 1-1 here on the score. So, who's going to come and hang down in Florida with me? Florida Open, guys. Make sure you go to that one. It was such a good time last year. Congratulations to Aloysius Yap. You saw there at the end of that video. Won the World 8-ball. All right, rack number 3. We're going to get that score updated for you real fast. Earl Strickland, BJ Usery tied up 1-1. All right, 1 ball up into the corner is clear for Earl. He'll have to come back down for the 2. Just opens himself up for the 2-ball. Watch this draw shot, little punch draw, I guess you would call it, to the side. And a whole lot of people watching local and around the world. Thanks for spending your Thursday with us. That's my little PSA I tell everybody all the time. If you're at your job and you're watching on your computer and the boss is walking by, press the Windows D key and it'll hide your screen so your boss doesn't see it. All right, Earl stop shot on a 6. How many times do you think Earl's had like a run out like this of like 5 or 6 balls and ran out? Did you say 3,000, 4,000 times? All right, Earl gets out, makes the score 2-1. Earl's 64 years young, in better shape than I am. I think when he tells you he like runs every day and works out, he legit runs every day and works out. He's, like I said, way better shape than I am. Of course, you know, round is a shape, but. All right, going on to the next rack here. A score 2-1, Earl over BJ Usery. Guys, if you get a chance, check out the Titleist chalk by Dr. V's Custom Shop. I highly recommend it. And Dr. V, real cool gentleman, cool guy to be around, does a lot for the sport, help support him. And if, sorry, waiting for our tournament director, Doug, to finish. And if Shane Van Boning is backing it, because you know how many years he's played with the chalk that he used to play with. If you know Shane's backing it, then you know it's definitely a quality product. All right, BJ with an open table here. 2 balls sitting at the top. Somebody's asking me, this is my area. Yes, this is OAKS, Pennsylvania, about 8 miles outside of Philadelphia, about 25 minutes from my house. My all-time favorite event, 32 Super Billiards Expos. I've been to every single one. Some great players in this field. Somebody was saying that in the chat room earlier. Got Fedor Gorst, Aloysius Yap, Max Lechner, Albin Ocean, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Billy a little flat on the floor. He's gonna might have to create an angle, but he should be okay. I actually roomed with Billy at the Derby this year. I think we got like a double room. I think we actually spent maybe 3 hours in the room together at the most. I was coming in super late from streaming. He was getting up to play his matches. Kind of worked out pretty well. All right, 6 ball on the side, going to come over. Somebody says, listening to me in his headphones. All right, playing the 7 in the corner, back and forth. That needs a mic sticking out for a truck driver. That's great. All right, mistake there. Earl looking to capitalize and take a 2-rack lead. All right. Guys, if you follow the Billiard Sports Network, you know that I've been talking the past couple weeks about the digital pool all-table streaming system. The Billiard Sports Network does not charge for pool. That is my own personal choice. I paid a licensing fee to be here, and I made sure that that licensing fee went directly to the players. The digital pool partnered with us, and they're running a all-table streaming option. If you wanted to view every single table, there's a pay-per-view package you can view. If you're watching from WNT TV, thank you for watching, of course, with your WNT subscription. If you want to like and subscribe to the Billiard Sports Network, it's free. Check us out on YouTube. We're just all happy to be here, streaming some great pools, some great matches. And again, thank you all for watching. Coming into the next rack here, Earl Strickland has a 2-game lead on BJ Usery. Good break by Earl. 1 down, 9, a little bit to the right. He's got a clear shot at the 2 ball. Jason, my name's Frank Mialetti. Thanks for watching. Got my main man here, Edwin Dionasio, coming up here for a second. I'll be right back, guys. All right. All right, Earl back up to the table. 4 and a 7. Check a couple different angles here. I like looking over Earl's shoulder sometimes, playing at this 5 ball, 4 ball. This is going to kill me today for a little bit till I get used to it. I just did some commentary over the weekend where the 5 was the pink ball, and it was getting me a little confused. Oh, good attempt. Cue ball is going to land behind the 5. Earl's coming to the table, and you know he's not bringing his jump cue with him, so Earl is going to kick. Got some people watching from New Zealand. Thanks a lot. makes contact. Where's the cue ball going? It's going to settle all the way up to the top. To my New Zealand fan there, actually, I know Richie McCall. If you know Richie, he's a rugby player. Now retired, considered one of the best. Sorry about that, guys. Mr. Chad Charlotte, the owner of Diamond Billiards, came up to me real fast. Just had to have a little quick conversation. Thanks for the donation, Jason. Appreciate it. Billy can play a two-rail safety here, meaning that after contact of the ball, he should be able to use the cue ball to go bottom rail, right rail. He wants to park behind the 6. We'll go with one rail and just attempt the bank instead. Buckets right down the center. All right, BJ going to play the 5 up into the corner. He should come around the 7-8 2 rails. Now he's going to bank again. BJ's killing me with the banks. It looks like he's going to play him in and fires him down. Great shot. All right, BJ out to the 8 ball. He's going to play the 8 ball to the corner. Slide over to the right side of the 9. He's going to play from off the rail, but he should be okay to play this into the corner. Just has to be careful of the side pocket. All right. Billy fires that down. It's going to make the score 3-2 here in the first round of the Diamond Pro event here at the 2026 Super Billiards Expo.
Power, precision, prestige, unleashing tour-level performance, built for the biggest stage. Powered by QTech, inspired by Matchroom, the 9-ball series.
QTech Q is the newest sponsor to join the Billiard Sports Network and partner with us. We're greatly excited to be involved with QTech and everything that they have to offer. See here in our slow motion replay camera. Sorry about that, folks. Hit the wrong button. Apologize. Later today, we're going to have it all set up for you. We're going to have the Break Demon over top of the table. Break Demon will give us the speed of the break, so we'll know exactly how hard the players are hitting the breaks. Cool little device that has been implemented. They started at the Derby. A gentleman named Paul created it. Awesome device that gives you the speed of the break. All right, BJ leaves the 2 in the pocket, did not make it. Earl up to the table. I'll play the 2 into the corner. He's going to get shaped for the 3. Look at that shot from Earl. Well, an elevated cue, fires the 3 and draws it down for shape on the 4 to the bottom corner. All right, 6 up to the top. Man, that was such a good shot by Earl. He's going to get to the wrong side of the 7. I think being in the center of the table would have been a little bit better for Earl, but we should be okay from here to cut the 7 over. Oh, just held up. Earl's got that tree trunk that he plays with. Definitely has the distance to be able to fire that ball. Billy's got a chance to tie this up. All right, Billy out to the 9 ball. 9 to the corner. Looks like we're going to have a tie game here any second. All right, 3-3 on the score. JSQ Sales, the official Q sales of the Billiard Sports Network. Also where you can get your WNT 9-ball series Qs from Q-Tech. Give them a shout, jsqsales.com. If you're here, go over to their booth. Tell Mr. Stafford, the owner, Frank from BSN sent you. All right, tied up 3-3 going into rack number 7. All right, 1 to the 3 combination coming right up here. All right, swing around for the 2 ball. He'll play the 2 into the side pocket. He should be able to get, looking at the shot here on camera 3, he should be able to get around. Get himself onto the 4. Speed by BJ. He'll play the 4 right into the same pocket. He actually might play the 4 and 5 in the same pocket.
Eklent Kaci and Sergio Rivas on table 8. It's table 8. Elliot Sanderson and Sergio Rivas. Thank you.
All right, floats over for the 6. 6 ball into the corner. Come 1 rail for the 7. Does not make it. Earl back up to the table with the 6. 9 ball in the way a little bit. Earl not happy with that shot. PJ going to play the 6 to the bottom corner. 1 rail out. No, misses also. Couple options for Earl here. This is actually one of my favorite shots. Especially you can use this as your arsenal on 8-ball. Playing the 6 off the left rail, off the side of the 7 into the corner. There's always a shot I really liked. Earl might go 1 rail for the bank. Kind of a two-way shot. If he makes it, great. He's on the 7. If not, it's got some distance. All right, going to cut the 6 into the corner. Back and forth for BJ. Does not make it. Q coming back down. Earl's got a good chance to take the lead again here. 6 coming over for the 7. 8-ball's at the top right. Sort of a connected dots rack here for Earl. All right, Earl Strickland on to the 7-ball. Watch Earl spin this cue. 2 rails out for the 8. Earl's going to play this in the side. He'll take a 4-3 lead here over BJ Usery. It was mentioned in the chat that Earl has won 5 U.S. Open championships, which is an amazing feat. Shane Van Boning has also won 5. And talk about Shane real fast. Talk about this brand new Shane Van Boning Q-Tech Q. Just released this week, the Generation 2. This is a gorgeous cue.
Digital Pool is the ultimate app for billiards enthusiasts, tournament directors, and league operators. Digital Pool enables world-class billiards events by using innovative technology to enhance and streamline the experience at every angle. Experience features like live scoring, text notifications, table assignments, real-time match updates, automatic reporting the Fargo rating, player stats and profiles, live streaming overlays, online player registration, and digital payment tracking. Enjoy all this and more by signing up for your free account at digitalpool.com.
The UK Open Pool Championship is back.
This game is such a good game at any level to play.
Brentwood, the home of Matchroom sport, the home of world-class sport. 256 players, $225,000 on the line.
Spectacular.
This isn't English pool. This is 9-ball. Fast.
Yes, sir.
Ruthless.
Big shot, this.
Challengers circle. Champions return.
Simply tremendous.
One dry break, punished. One missed 9, finished.
I love every single second of it.
This is the UK Open Pool Championship.
All right, back from the player break. BJ Usery racking the balls. We have 4-3 on the score. Earl Strickland versus BJ Usery. Let's look at some of the scores that we have going on here around the event currently. Jonathan Pinegar, also known as John Hennessy, is tied up 8-8 with Jeremy Sosi. Sean Wilkie came back, and he's now tied up 9-9 against Bucky Soventhong. Rick Miller is on the hill, 9-8 against the young Sophia Mast. Good break by BJ. All right, on to the 2-ball. I'll play the 2 in the side pocket. I'm going to roll up. A little nudge on the 7. Gives it the angle for the 3. Play the 3 to the corner, come across for the 4. Just a little bit of low. Got a clean shot here on the 4 to hold for the 5. Oh, we caught the rail on the way in. You know, last night I was actually here with Tyler Steyer and Donnie Mills, and Tyler was talking about how you have to smooth the ball in. Meaning if you come off the rail, kind of thump into it, it's not going to make it. And I've actually been thinking about that since yesterday on some of the shots, and Tyler's definitely right. If you just kind of let it brush the rail, it goes in. All right, Earl with the 6-ball, playing the 6 in. We'll have the 7. We're going to look at our viewer here and see if we can take a look at some of the upcoming matches. I believe our next match will be Vitali Patsura versus Sullivan Clark. Let me just verify that. As Earl pockets the 9, gives us a 5-3 score here. All right, guys. So the tournament direction staff has informed me that the next TV table match will actually be Darren Appleton versus Christopher Tevez, also known as Debu. One of my teammates from Classic Billiards down there in Florida. That was a great combination shot by Earl, coming around to get position on the 3. I've been asked if there's a specific break rules for this event. This is a WNT event, so it is a 9-ball on the spot. 2-ball has to rotate the wings in the back. If the 9 is made on the break, it is a win. Earl back and forth onto the 4-ball. He'll play the 4 into the corner. I'm going to play 1 rail up for the 5. Yeah, we definitely verified that. Excuse me, Darren Appleton versus Christopher Tevez. If that name sounds familiar, Tevez last year got to the finals of semifinals of the River City Open WNT event down there in Florida at Legends Billiards. All right, Earl is going to swing that around. He's going to make the score 6-3. Great commercial there for the future of pool. Definitely have to invest in the future with the young generation that we have coming up. I was being asked if the Break Demon is part of the rule set for this event. It is not. It is just a reference. But the Break Demon is a very valuable piece of equipment that I would think for tournaments. Being able to tell the speed of a break if a player is maybe not breaking his hardest. That shot by Earl coming and bring the cue 2 rails around behind the 6. BJ Usery. Don't think that was a good hit. It's not. All right, ball in hand to Earl. feel a little sorry for our tournament director, Doug. He's got some tough names that he has to pronounce in this event. Earl, nice shot on the 3. Gets position out to the 4. Five does go into the corner. He's just going to come across table, play the 5 in the same pocket as the 4 ball. That'll give him a good position to be able to come off the right side rail. Get himself out for the 6. I'll draw him back over to the pro side of the 7 ball. Going to play it to the corner. Look for Earl to use a lot of high right spin, coming 2 rails for the 8. I'll tell you, it's like if Earl gets into the rhythm, you know, he's just got that legend rhythm. If he gets into that rhythm, it's a work of art. Now, don't get me wrong. I've watched BJ run 4, 5, 6 racks. He is more than capable of, you know, coming back in this match. But there's sometimes when you see Earl get into that, like, 80s Earl rhythm, just sit back and watch.
Hi guys, I'm Johan Chua and you're watching Billiard Sports Network.
All right, rack 11. Earl breaking 4-game lead right now on BJ. All right, 2 ball will be in the way of the 1. Local player Scott Haas just defeated another local player, Gary Serrano, with a score of 10-5. Earl putting the cue ball right behind the 9. Look at that. Take a look at the overhead. BJ's going to have to kick at it. Kicking left side rail over for the 1. Makes contact and makes it in the side pocket. That is not going to make Earl happy. Earl thought he had him pretty good there on that safety shot. Man, BJ's so good at banking. A little heavy-handed there by BJ on that shot. Earl is going to get back to the table. All right, 3, 4, 5, all in the same pocket. Slide over for the 6. Earl will just play the 6 up to the top left, come one rail out for the 8. All right, and the Pearl has 8. BJ Usery with 3.
Match number 82, that's Clark and
I'm Mickey Krause, and you're watching Billiards Sports Network.
All right, back to the main table here. BJ Usery breaking rack number 12. Trailing 8-3. BJ needs a good break. Possibly even a break and run out here to kind of put a little pressure on Earl. Might not happen with this layout, with that 6 ball being in the way. Earl going to play the right side of the 1. I might want to see him put it back down behind the 2 ball. A little further than, closer than he wanted. Yeah, that was the shot there, was to try to get it behind the 2. All right, BJ and Earl exchanging pleasantries. Nice inside English shot there by BJ to avoid hitting the 5 and the 6. BJ's looking to gear himself up here for just a stop shot on the 3. hold behind the 9 ball. Pocket speed to the rail. Well, he's going to have the 1 rail kick across. Kind of took away the bottom rail from Earl, so Earl will have to go 1 rail over. Hits it firmly. That'll leave BJ a hit on the 3, but I don't see him being able to do a lot. And I'm completely wrong. He had a wide open shot on that ball in the side pocket. BJ just catches the point. Gets behind the 8. I think if BJ would have made the shot, it would have been a troublesome shot on the 6 ball anyway. That's twice now Earl's hit a ball with pace, and the ball rattled in the pocket. I think if he hits that lighter and just makes contact, I think that ball scratches. BJ going for the 9 in the side. Talk about Aloysius Yap here in the chat. That's going to be a big match later on. Jeremy Seaman versus Aloysius Yap. Jeremy from the Battle Creek, Michigan area. That's going to be if you go by the Fargo terms, that's going to be a 839 versus a 770. That's going to be a really good matchup. All right, BJ going back to get his jump cue. Jumps and parks the cue. All right, Earl has a chance for a 5-9 combination. I think Earl will play the carom instead, skimming off the 5 maybe. Doesn't even go for it. Playing safe all day, bringing the cue all the way back down table. Earl, what about a 98% distance shot here on the 5? Does he do one of his classic jack-up draws? Let's see. The ball does not go in. Almost makes it in the side pocket. Cue ball back up to the top rail. And BJ Usery up to the table.
Okay, match number 85, Luigi Santoro. Match number 86, Christopher Tevez. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Not that page. That match will be the next one on the streaming table, table 4. Once again, waiting for the table 4 streaming table will be Christopher Tevez and Eric Appleton. We're waiting for
All right, they're all making work. Sorry, folks, the tournament director was doing some announcements. I don't want to blow your eardrums up. All right, Earl Strickland on the hill. And it's BJ Usery. The score here 9-3.
Get your game on with BFCCGameOn.com, the official sportswear of the Billiards Sports Network and the Women's Professional Billiards Association. From the lights of the tour to your local pool hall, Game On gear brings you the look, the comfort, and the confidence of the pros. Dress like a champion, play like one. Visit BFCCGameOn.com because when it's your shot, it's game on.
All right, rack 13. Earl Strickland on the hill against BJ Usery. All right, Earl blocked by the 3 ball. He's just going to play the push shot all the way back up table. Our next match after this will be Christopher Dibu Tevez versus the legendary Darren, the legendary Darren Appleton. Daz used to live in the area here. Used to live in Allentown, PA, about 35-minute ride up the road. Does Earl go for it here? The 2-9 combination. Karam does not. Opens the 4. He makes the 3 here. He's got a good chance to get out. Earl plays a 3. Sorry, folks, I had to step away there for a second. That quick it was over. Sorry, I was talking to the Matchroom guys. They were gonna do an interview with Earl, and that quick it finished. Apologize for that. Earl Strickland wins the match here against BJ Usery. So our next matchup here, Darren Appleton versus Christopher Tevez. Coming up in a few minutes, folks. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. right, and we're going to get started here with our next match. Christopher Tevez, also known as Debu, versus Darren Appleton. Darren, a legend in pool. If you're kind of new and haven't really been following Darren Appleton's career, I would urge you to go back and watch some of his matches on YouTube. Darren's a world champion in 10-ball, 9-ball, and hay-ball. Won the 10-ball world championship in 2008. Won the 9-ball world championship in 2012. Won the hay-ball world championship in 2015. Multiple Mosconi Cup winner. Back in the day, there used to be a one-pocket championship here at this event. Darren won that event twice. And in the Mosconi Cups, Darren has played in 8 Mosconi Cups. And I believe he's won 7. Yes, he's won 7. So he's got the resume to be definite Hall of Famer. We're going to get started here in a second as soon as we're done with the player announcements. All right, and we're off here. Darren Appleton, Christopher Tevez. Scoreboard will be up here in a second. So, like I said, we were done talking about that. Or I'm sorry, we were talking about Daz's pedigree. Tevez sponsored by Predator Cues down there in South America. There's not a lot of information on Tevez. I know him personally, actually, but the players down there in South America, you know, we're just starting to kind of get known to the world. And he took a little bit of time off. I think he took about a year off of playing, but he's back playing on some of the big events. And watch out for this guy. I'm telling you, he's going to show a lot of people a lot of things in the pool world. Nice shot there by Debo into the side pocket. He's going to have the 6 and, I'm sorry, 5 in the corner. He's going to come around for the 6. Just helping out the tournament staff here real quick, guys. I'll be back. Give me just 1 minute. Just going to help them get some of these matches along real fast. You're watching the 2026 Diamond Open at Super Billiards Expo. All right, ball in hand to Darren Appleton. Back now here. Thanks for hanging out with us, folks. Thanks for waiting for me. First rack here. And Darren's going to play the 7 into the corner. We'll have the 8 ball in the side pocket and park the cue ball right there for the 9 on the bottom left. All right, in the corner, Darren Appleton will play the 9. He's going to take a 1-0 lead. Guys, I appreciate everybody hanging out and watching here on the main table. Darren Appleton versus Christopher Tevez, and of course watching across WNT television. But if you want to watch all of the tables, you can go onto the Digital Pool site and purchase the pay-per-view through Digital Pool. It's $25, I believe, gets you every single match. Digital Pool and BSN actually made a nice investment here to the added money for the players to be able to televise this event for you. And, you know, we're doing our part for the pool world. Your part is to watch and have a great time. So thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out with us. All right, rack number 2. We're just going to wait for that score to update. Alternate break format. Tevez to break, Appleton in the lead. Good break by Debo. He made 3 on the snap. Good shape on the 3 ball. Tevez is actually, I was saying earlier, one of my teammates on the Classic Billiards roster. Him and myself are both sponsored by Classic Billiards down there in Florida. Dave Bartosiak, my guy. We even have the Classic Billiards Instant Classic Replay. We have just a little issue right now with our replay engine, but our little hamsters are getting it done, and we'll get it all fixed for you here in a minute. Tevez rolling out to the 6 ball. Appleton's here. He usually has a booth. I know he's hanging out with the guys from Salado. Walking around. He's always a fan favorite. Tevez tried to double out. It did not work for him. He caught the point. It's going to be a long shot on the 8 ball. It is possible to make this ball. It's not an impossible shot, just a little bit of a tougher shot for him. Puts it down, coming around 2 rails. Going to play the 9 ball in the right side pocket. All right, we have 1-1 here on the score. And jump over to camera 1 for a second. Got the great Han Yu playing. Han is one of the top female players in the world. Got a little shake going here with our camera. Sorry about that, but if you've never seen Han play, you're definitely in for a treat. She's one of the best female players on the entire planet. All right, back to the action here. Darren Appleton breaking.
Once again, match 106 on table 5, Jamie Prestegard and Walter Lakering. Jamie Prestegard and Walter Lakering, table 5.
All right, no shot here on the 2. Let's check the overhead cam. Yeah, I don't know if he'll be able to slide it in. All right. So you might see Darren playing a safe here. I think maybe playing off the left side of the 2. Maybe trying to spin that cue ball up near the 7, or actually he'll probably send the, yeah, I was about to say send the 2 down to the bottom, leaving the 8 in the way. Tevez with the option, of course. He can come off the rail. He can give it back. Actually, no, he can't give it back. It was a clean hit. What am I thinking? Too many hours this week here, folks. Gotta wake up. We have a lot of the South America. Someone's asking me where Tevez is from. He's from Peru. Him and Gerson Martinez travel a lot together. They're good buddies. Another one of my Classic Billiards teammates. Appleton playing safe. Letting the cue come back around behind the 3 ball. Appleton looking up table. Might come 2 rails on this shot. Makes the hit. It's going to be ball in hand. Nothing to the rail. Ball in hand here for Darren Appleton. Four and 6 are still locked up, so he might have a little bit of work to do with that. He could open it from here. If he plays the 2 into the corner, stuns the cue into the 4-6. The 3 ball is in a position that should be able to be shot at and open the balls at the same time. So he plays a 2-up, opens the 4-6 that way, has the 3. Now with the 4 basically in the middle of the table, he doesn't really have to get a great position. He can just get himself straight. Darren playing the 6 on the side. 7's waiting for him. Pretty elementary out here. Playing the 7 to the bottom right corner, letting the cue ball come across. Playing the 8 to the opposite bottom right. I'm sorry, opposite bottom left. Daz is going to get the rake. Or an extension, one of those two. It is extension instead. He'll play the 8 to the bottom left, letting the cue come out. 2 rails are going to play the 9, probably in the same pocket. Might even just also come out 1 rail. Catches the 2nd rail. All right, Appleton's going to take a 2-1 lead here in the match.
Power, precision, prestige, unleashing tour-level performance, built for the biggest stage, powered by Q-Tech, inspired by Matchroom, the 9-ball series.
You can get your new 9-ball series cue or the new Shane Van Boning Generation 2 cue out this week from Q-Tech. Gorgeous looking cue here. You can pick those cues up at jsqsales.com, official retailer of the Billiard Sports Network. All right, rack 4. Tevez the break, trailing 2-1. ball in hand. Tevez. Pretty wide open table. He has to get from the 1 to the 2. I'm going to take a little bit of a different route. He's going to... I'm sorry, not Tevez. I mean, Appleton. Apologize. It's thrown me off a little bit because I know Tevez has a green shirt that matches the same color. So every time I look up and I don't see his face, I just think it's him. All right, Daz will play this down to the bottom right. Should come around the 6, 2 rails, put himself back out towards the center of the table. I used to religiously watch Darren's Perfect Practice DVDs and do a lot of the drills that he had in them. All right, 5 ball to the corner, not down. Oh, caught the point on the way in. Tevez playing the 6 into the corner. 8 ball to the top right. He should just draw the ball about 18 inches down table towards the 9 ball. All right, Tevez is going to look to tie it up, make it 2-2 here in a moment. Two on the score. Guys, check out my man Dr. V and his Titleist chalk. Like I said, any chalk that can get Sheen to come off his old chalk means that it must be pretty good. Check it out, Dr. V's Custom Shop. Good buddy of mine. All right, coming back here, going into rack number 5. Score tied up 2-2. Darren Appleton. One of my personal favorite players of all time. I've always liked watching Darren play. I've had the opportunity to play him many times. He's taught me a lot about the game. Always a good guy, too. Never had any issues that I know of. Always talked to him. Always showed me a lot of respect. Great ambassador of the sport, in my opinion. All right, 1 ball at the top. Chris might be wanting to play maybe the left side of the 1. Could also possibly play the right side of the 1, 2 rails. Trying to go right in between the 9-6. Instead, he goes in between the 5-6, right into the bucket. All right, ball in hand. Two ball waiting down the other end. up for the 3-ball in the same pocket. All right, 3-ball. I might take a walk out there. All right, 3-ball to the corner around a couple of rails. You got to be kidding me. You see that? 4-0-3-4. Come on. All right, 6-ball in the side pocket. Darren will play the 7 up to the corner. I like Darren to shoot this 2 rails. Back in the day, he plays this 2 rails, no problem. He might just drag it with 1. Oh, be careful of the side pocket, Daz. All right, he catches a point. He's got the 9, looking to play that one in the same pocket. Scanning the tournament here a little bit for the upcoming matches. We're going to be here all day, probably 11 o'clock today. 11, 12 o'clock easily. Rolling through this round 1 pretty well, too. All right, Tevez trailing 3-2. Darren Appleton up 3-2.
I'm Jason Shaw, and you're watching Billiards Sports Network.
All right, 3-2 on the score. As much as I don't want to, I might have to do that. Tevez the break. Watch that 9. Going to be getting into the second round soon. A couple good matchups in the second round. Looks like Marco Tuscher versus Guama Sanchez. Tommy Kennedy and Ralph Soke. That's a blast from the past there. Great matchup. John Moore and Nathan Childress going against each other in round number 2. Greg Notke, one of my main man there, Max Lechner. Jameson Greco and Eddie Abraham, 2 local guys. Well, Jameson from the Wisconsin area, but now around here in this area. Miguel Batista and Jesus Atencio. This might be our next matchup. Oliver Zolnaki and Michael Feliciano. Excuse me, Feliciano. That might be our Next TV table match. Oliver, very strong player. All right, Appleton looking at the 2-4. So he gives it back. All right, coming around for the 3-ball. I'm still laughing at that. Somebody saying in chat that they bought some of his training videos back in the day. I actually had them too. It was called Perfect Practice 1 and Perfect Practice 2 with Darren Appleton. And they've actually, I'll tell you, those videos helped me become a better player. His drills and the way he explained them and everything was definitely an eye-opener for me on some things I was doing wrong. All right, Darren. We'll play the 6 down to the corner, come back over for the 7-8. All right, a little further than he wanted. I'll tell you, that accent gets a little worse with every pint. I can definitely guarantee that one. All right, cue ball comes over. A little bit tougher shot, but he had to come with a tough shot to get to where he's at now. So we'll have the 8 all the way up. All right, Darren. Down to the 9-ball. 4-3 now in the score. Darren Appleton. Christopher Tevez. If I can, real quick, I want to say happy birthday to the Tennessee Tarzan. If you don't know who that is, that's Mr. Mike Massey. Mike turning 79 today. One of the great ambassadors of the sport and one of the nicest men I've ever met in pool. Happy birthday, Mike. All right. Tough break for Darren. Nothing down.
Match number 109, Brady DeVerna and Tommy Turkoff. That's going to be table 9. Brady DeVerna and Tommy Turkoff. Table 9.
All right, one ball out to the middle of the table. Tevez attempts a containing safety, does not work. Darren's going to have an open shot here on the one ball. Look at the two ball, though, on the other end of the table. That's a good shot by Darren to get in on the two. Wow, that's crazy. Gideon in the YouTube chat is saying during COVID, Darren did a virtual match where he played the 9-ball Ghost and beat the Ghost 29-1.
All right, on table 10, it's Alex Bosch and Ryan Smith. Match number 110. On table 10, Alex Bosch and Ryan Smith. Table 10.
Darren's speed control and pattern play is among some of the best I've ever seen. All right, folks, sorry I had to step away for a moment. Kind of doing a pseudo tournament direction assistant and stream extraordinaire at the same time. at 5-2 on the score currently, Darren. Over Tevez. Tevez has the breakdown ball, though. He's been making balls on the break and having shots to shoot at. He just, a couple unfortunate shots here and there. He wants to avoid hitting the 3. He does. Comes out 2. This isn't a terrible shot. The only thing he does want to be is right where he's at, 50-yard line. If he overshoots it, he's okay. He's got it in the side. If he undershoots it, he's got it in the top. He landed in like the only tough spot. right, guys, thanks for bearing with me. I'm back. I had to step away for a moment. Appleton now up 5-4 on Tevez.
Match number 117, Robbie Morris and Jake Jackson, table 8. That's Robbie Morris and Jake Jackson on table 8. All right, match number 118, Andres Ruiz and Glenn Scott Davis. Match 118, Andres Ruiz and Glenn Scott Davis on table 6. Table 6.
All right, just waiting the tournament director to finish his announcements. All right, Appleton up to the table. We'll play the 1, left side of the 1, bank the 1 to the right side of the table. Attempt to really kind of put the cue in between the 4-9 and use the 5 for coverage also. Gets it close to the 5, but he didn't get the cue ball to land where he wanted. All right, Tevez has a clean hit on the 1. He might bank it for like a 2-way type shot. All right, Darren. A lot of coverage he can hide the cue ball behind down here. A little bit of an unforced error. I think Debo can see the ball clear. Let me see. I saw a couple of those matches, Stranger. They were some real tight matchups.
On table 15, match 122, Rebecca Teese and Dominic Jastrab. That's table 15, Rebecca Teese and Dominic Jastrab.
A little bit of a containing safe. Looking ahead at some of these matchups in round 2. So our next table match will be Michael Feliciano versus Oliver Zolnaki. right, nice out by Tevez. Ties it up, makes the score 5-5 here at the 2026 Super Billiards Expo Diamond Open. Awesome, thank you. Cool, thanks, Bob. My man Michael Hinton here. He's my back of the house engineer, hooking up some stuff for us. All right, Daz is going to play the push. Tevez is going to look to play this too up to the top corner. I don't think there's really any benefit to making this shot if he can't get position. Yeah, he's going to give it back to Darren. Dad's having to think about this one. This one can get away from him. If you have to jack your cue up here to kind of draw it back, then you need to make the shot, because the force you would need to draw back would send the cue ball up table, down table. He might be playing off the right side and coming 3 rails back down. Doesn't quite get fully down there, but the bump from the 4 at the end helps him. Chris is going to probably come to the table with his jump cue. Makes the hit on the 2, gets a little wild. Cue ball does not scratch. Darren fires that 2 in. Oh, he's going to get a little trouble here and roughing into the 6. Makes a couple hits, but does not get anything that he really wants out of it. Tevez, excuse me, Tevez might have a hit on the 3-ball. All right, 3-ball is makeable for Tevez, but he has to get to the right side, or sorry, the left side of the 5. I don't know if making this is, I think maybe kicking from behind and catching it, sending it down rail. Yeah, I was worried about that happening. I mean, he got on the 5 well, but Darren can cut the 3. And cue ball's going to take off once it hits the top rail, so he's going to have to be accurate and try to just really slow the cue coming. Played a good inside ball. He'll get out to the 5. He's going to be able to get out this rack here if he makes this 5 ball. Oh, the ball held up on him. Tevez playing the 6 in the side pocket. Wants to kind of just spin the cue down for the 7. Yeah, I would have liked him to spin that down instead of just ball in China shop. All right, Tevez takes the lead 6-5 here currently. Darren kind of looking at the table here a little bit. He's got a lot of options. Dad's in a tough one here. He's going to have to go up table, back down table for the 5. Hit it well. I thought for sure he was going to play the 5-9 carom. Moves for the safety instead. Tevez, 2 rails, kicking it up table. A little tough shot here for Darren. When I say tough, not difficulty like 4 or 5, but just has to make sure he maintains the right speed. Ball going to the side pocket. He'll come forward with the ball. Might play off the right side rail. Get himself lined up for the 9. All right, Darren pockets that ball. It's going to give him 6, tie him up with Tevez. right, 6-6 on the score.
Hi, I'm Carlo Biado, world champion. Watch live here in Billiards Sports Network. Here. Very tough position here for Debo. All right, ball in hand. Yeah, I definitely agree with you that one there, Dig. Appleton looking to play it safe again, trying to put him on 2. Cue ball up table, sitting on our left-hand side, makes it 2.
All right, down table for Darren. He can actually play the 3 in. Should be able to run into the 5. If he plays it at a good pocket speed, if he runs into the 5, it shouldn't leave him for the 4 ball. He misses the 3 into the corner. All right, Tevez again going to be jumping. Three to the 4 is going to be a tough shot here. Getting possession back down table. Both players sort of back and forth. Looks like the mistake was made here. Can play the 3 into the side pocket. Good shot by Darren to get onto the 5. All right, 7 inside, 2 rails out for the 8. Scratching a break by Tevez. It's going to give ball in hand to Appleton. Being up by 1. The 2 to the 4. Sorry, the 2-4 combo is his toughest shot. If Darren makes that 2-4 combo, there could possibly be a run out for him to move on. Smart move by Darren here. If he does play the combination 1-8, then he doesn't have to go back up that end of the table. Look at that shot. That was great. Onto the 2 ball. Opens it up. Darren over to the 5 ball. Darren's going to look to get out of this rack and take a 2-game lead, 8-6 if he does. All right, Darren, 6 ball in the side pocket. He made great work of this rack. He had a couple obstacles that he got himself around to get out of this rack if he does get out. Eight ball. Coming back up for the 9. We'll play the 9 into the corner. Take a 2-game lead here, Darren Appleton. Eight 6 now, Darren. Over Debo. I'm chatting in the chat about the all-table streaming through Digital Pool. You can go to Digital Pool's site. And if you are inclined to, you could buy the all-table streaming access, which will give you access to every table in the tournament. Of course, only the main table has the stream. Everything else is side table action of the tournament. There'll just be the table, no commentary. For our fans watching on WNT TV, thank you very much for watching, of course. And for everybody watching here through BSN, thank you also. All right, Darren to break. Two down, 1 in the side, 8 in the corner. All right, he's looking at this 2 ball. Might want to play safe coming off the 2. Darren's just going to play the push. Push the 9 towards the bottom rail, put the cue ball on the right-hand side. Han Yu is up 9-1 currently on Eric Bennett. Debu just put the cue ball right parked underneath the 9. Darren hasn't. He does have a path to the 2 ball. All right, cuts that 2 ball right down to the corner. He has the 3 at a nice spot. 4's waiting for him. Well, I question that. I question trying to break that out. I thought he could play the 4 into the quarter clean. If that 9 goes in, it counts. Yeah, I'm seeing in the chat here. Yes, this is, we're in Oaks, Pennsylvania. Minutes outside of Philadelphia, my hometown. It's 2026 Super Billiards Expo. One of the biggest expos in the world of pool. We're broadcasting live to 3 different platforms here. The Billiard Sports Network YouTube channel, Matchroom's WNT TV, and Digital Pool's all-table streaming site. If you're new to watching and new to me, my name is Frank Maialetti, the owner of Billiard Sports Network, plus the commentator, the laborer, the operator, everything that needs to be done. You can subscribe for free. Thank you for being part of Digital Pool and WNT. You can also be part of us for free. It doesn't cost you anything. All right, 4 ball on this side. It's just going to take the longer shot on the 5 ball and cut it in. I mean, I sent you the link. I know you see it earlier. Deebo's going to play the 6 in the side pocket. 7 should go to the corner. All right, we're going to be staring at 8-7 here in a second. 8-7 is the score. Darren Appleton up over Christopher Tevez. All right, who's coming to Florida? That should be a really good time down there. I know my main man, Dave Bartosiak from Classic Billiards, will be down there. Ooh, Tevez scratches on the break. Not what you want. He said, where you get my autograph? All right, Darren has a couple balls here to make to get himself onto the hill. Oh, Darren misses an elementary 4-ball in the corner pocket. He walks away talking to himself, a little bit angry at that one. That's the opening Tevez needs. If he can pocket the 4-ball, get himself onto the 5. He's got a chance to tie this matchup. Out to the 5. Doesn't really have to do a lot of work on the 5. He can just pocket the 5 and throw the cue into the left rail. right, Dad's looking at the long shot. All right, Appleton 3 balls away from getting onto the hill.
Match number 133, John Mora and Nathan Childress on table 3. John Mora and Nathan Childress on table 3.
All right, 2 barn balls here by Darren Appleton. We'll play the 8 up into the corner, come back down for the 9. All right, Appleton out to the hill first against Christopher Debu Tevez. Don't count Tevez out, though. He is a shot maker. One mistake can make this 9-8, and he's very much been known to break and run. Pretty entertaining match so far here in the opening round of the 2026 Diamond Open at the Super Billiards Expo. We're just joining in, or first time here, my name is Frank Miletti, the owner of the Billiard Sports Network. We are live on WNT-TV worldwide, YouTube, and the Digital Pool all-table streaming system. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for purchasing the pay-per-view if you did. Tevez. Good shot coming around. Opens the 4 up onto the 2. 2 to 3 now is going to be his tough shot here. What do you say? Let me get a little bit of love, Lefty. All right, this one's going to be tough for Tevez, man. He's really going to get into this. Misses the 3. Daz. I think he miscued on that when he sees his hand move a little bit. Garson Boza Martinez. Tevez's good buddy just won his match 10-3 against Michel Bianchini. Not sure if that's Michel or Michel. Might be Michel Bianchini. It's a big shot for Tevez. He has to make this and get on the 4. If not, and Darren gets back to the table, could be it for the first matchup here. Thanks. That was a good stroke by Tevez. Look at that one. If he gets out of this rack, we'll play that replay at the end of the rack. You do enough for me, Lefty. It's no problem, buddy. Donations are cool. If you guys donate, that's great. I really appreciate it, but you don't have to. You know, it's something I like doing here. I like creating these streams and producing these shows. So supporting me is more than enough. But if you'd like to donate, go ahead, no problem. All right, Tevez out to the 6. All right, we got 9-8 now. Let's see that replay again. That was a good stroke by Tevez. Look at that one. That is the Instant Classic replay, sponsored by Classic Billiards down there in Florida. my sponsor, and of course, Christopher Tevez sponsor.
What's up, everybody? This is Dave from Classic Billiards down here in South Florida. We do things a little bit differently here compared to your old pool hall. Doesn't smell like mothballs. It's not exactly a library, and nobody's shushing you like this is church. We're all about having fun, eating chicken wings, drinking beer, and knocking some balls around. Don't let that mistake you. We still got the skills, baby. So if you're ever down in South Florida, come check us out at Classics.
All right, rack 18. Tevez the break. Tevez wants that shot back. He was not happy with the outcome of that one. Look at that double kiss shot. Folks, we're going to be here for 4 days this week. Stage 2 of this event starts on Saturday. 64 go into stage 2. That becomes a single elimination event when we get to stage 2. Oh, he misses the 4, trying to hold for the 5. I was concerned on whether or not he was going to be able to pocket the ball and stay on the good side of the 5. Tevez in a little bit of trouble in this one. Darren's got him locked up to that ball. Makes the hit. might be, excuse me, that might be his last shot of the match here. All right, so Darren's going to probably, I don't think he's going to bank the shot. He'll just play it, come 2 rails, and sit behind the 7. Just like that. It's going to force Debu to kick off the left side rail. Not a lot of distance for him to go anywhere, really. Makes the hit, does not make the shot, but gets himself out of a jam. All right, look at that sequence. Tevez, I think, just prayed to Our Lady Guadalupe or something, but he's back up to the table. He didn't get the spin he wanted on that, though. You got to get into that ball a little bit more. All right, so this will be a tough shot here, a little tester. He'll play the 7 to the bottom left corner. He's going to come off the bottom rail, come back up, hit the top rail, come back down, and hopefully be on the right side of the 9. And back down too steep of the angle. This is going to be a tough one for Tevez also. Might be a 4-railer here. I know it's going to sound crazy, but the 4-railer is actually not an incredible level of difficulty from here. He's looking at it. All right, so he's got the 9 ball. He has to make this 9 ball to go hill-hill. If not, it'll leave Appleton, of course, the shot to win the match. The kick shot's there. The 1 railer is tough because it looks like it's the double kiss. He might throw it to the left rail and just leave it for Darren himself. Oh, he plays the thin slice up table. I like that. Nice containing, I guess we're going to call it containing safety. Leaves the 1 ball. The object ball is obviously on the bottom rail, the 9 ball. Puts the cue ball all the way back up table. All right, Appleton has a good chance here to get out of this match. He'll play the 3 into the side pocket. He's got to stay underneath the 9 ball. If he stays underneath the 9, he should be. See, but no, I didn't fall asleep, guys. Sorry, I was handling some technical issues on this end here. All right, so Darren should be able to play the 5 into the corner, come across for the 6. Who's going to use the 8 to come back down for the 9 if he stays on the good side of 6. All right, and we are confirmed that our next matchup will be Michael Feliciano versus Oliver Zolnaki. It's Oliver 817, Feliciano 794, so pretty close matchup. Sunday. All right, Appleton for the win, down to the bottom left corner. All right, and Daz fires it in. He's going to defeat Debu with a score of 10-9 on the hill. All right, guys, we will be back here in less than probably 5 minutes. We're going to have Oliver Zolnaki, Michael X44 Feliciano. We're on a Matchroom stream, so I can't say what his catchphrase is, but we'll see you here in a few minutes. My name is Frank Mialetti, also known as the Cue Ball from the Pool Hall, and we'll be right back here in a few minutes, guys. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. 2 rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the 4 corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky 7. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open.
Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
All right, guys, here we go. Oliver Zolnaki, Michael Feliciano. Evenly matched up players here. This should be a good one. Michael to break. Golden off the snap. Michael to break. Golden off the snap. All right, 1-0. Michael Feliciano with one shot. Going into rack number 2. Hey, Laura, how's it going? All right, let's see Zolnaki here now to break. Remember, guys, it is alternate break. 9-ball WNT racking format, of course, because it's a WNT rankings event. So 9 on the snap. I'm sorry, 9 on the spot. Break box. And then the 2-ball needs to rotate, either left side, right side, or the back. Zolnaki's break. All right, Michael X back up to the table. If you don't follow Michael on social media, you're missing out on some fun stuff. All right, misses the 1 ball. 1 comes down the table. Zolnaki up. Oliver is more of a methodical player. Some might say he's a little too methodical, but Michael's a little faster. He's got that Filipino style stroke. Oliver misses the 1 to the corner. Michael's got an opportunity here to increase the lead real quick if he can get out here. Bit of a rattle there for Feliciano also. On the side. Q rolls up. We'll have the 4 into the corner. Wants to make sure he maintains, excuse me, maintains position for the 5. All right, 6 ball would be in the bottom right corner. He's going to bump the 7. He's not going to get a good bump on it. On the overhead here, Zolnaki. Playing a lot of, looks like inside. And he's going to kill the ball, come down table. All right, Michael looks like he's coming up to the table to shoot this one. He's going to just try to cut it in. Catches the rail again on the way in. That'll leave the shot for Zolnaki. What are you watching? All right, right side rail. I'd hit the rail first here. Right rail. Right at the 7. Catch the top rail. Comes around for the 8 to the bottom corner. All right, and Zolnaki gets out, makes the score 1-1. Here in a race to 10. All right, rack number 3. Feliciano to break. He got one the first break. Let's see what he's got here for second break. Oh, he had it again moving. That could be interesting if he gets his cue ball moving a lot. little wild on that one ball into the corner. All right, Zolnaki. I would say Zolnaki is more, his game is more geared towards, I don't know how to put it, very technical, where it seems like Michael plays a little bit more off of feel. All right, we're looking to play this 3 down to the corner. He might draw the cue off the left side rail and back over. Our next stream table matchup here, or TV table match, will be Naoki Oi versus Otali Patsura after this match is over. All right, out to the 9 ball, looking to play the 9 into the corner, take a 2-1 lead. right, Feliciano up to the table. It's a good little bump off the 8. Gives him a shot on 2-ball. If he gets back out to the 3, most of his obstacles are gone. Again, running into another ball is going to create an issue for Michael. Also known as X44. All right, Michael comes across the face of it, leaves it behind the 7. Oliver just hits into the 6 on the way into the pocket. He's going to get a little fortunate. Feliciano's coming up to the table with no clear shot on the 5. And he trades a shot back, and now they're even. Oh, holds the 6 up. You heard me say earlier, I had that conversation with Tyler. He said you got to smooth the ball in. ball out. Looks like Zolnaki might take a 2-game lead. Zolnaki takes a 2-game lead here in a race to 10.
Hey everybody, I'm Shane Van Boning here. I'm watching Billiards Sport Network.
Unfortunately, Shane's not here at this event, but you heard him say it himself. He watches Billiard Sports Network. Just heard them call Rafael Debreo and Felix Vogel to table 9. That should be a really good matchup. Marco Tuscher is up 9-5 currently on Gregorio Sanchez. Rouse K is up 6-3 on Tommy Kennedy. John Moore is 6-4 over Nathan Childress currently. Mad Max Lechner 8-0 over Greg Notke. David Arcady is up, I'm sorry, tied 1-1 with Carl Nattenberg. Good shot by Oliver to get down onto that 4-ball. Good speed control. Playing the 5-ball into the corner, up towards the center of the table for the 6-ball. Zolnaki about to take a 4-1 lead here against Michael Feliciano.
Get your game on with BFCCGameOn.com, the official sportswear of the Billiards Sports Network and the Women's Professional Billiards Association. From the lights of the tour to your local pool hall, Game On gear brings you the look, the comfort, and the confidence of the pros. Dress like a champion, play like one. Visit BFCCGameOn.com because when it's your shot, it's game on.
Oh, 8-ball goes in, but 7-ball rests right in front of the cue. Cue ball down the other end. Zolnaki pockets the 1-ball from a tough position down the other end of the table. Oliver really got to reach on this one. Maybe a little bit of a tough position play for him. Seems like a taller lad, but still needs the bridge for this one. It'll be a tough shot. Remember, we are playing all ball fouls, so if the bridge touches anything, cue ball, object ball, anything like that, will be ball in hand. Two-way shot comes all the way down. 9 ball and a 7 are blocking. All right, out to the 6 ball. 6 ball with the corner. He could draw the cue to the left side rail and then just play the 7 inside pocket. He could just stun it over a little bit and play the 7 to the top corner. Cue ball coming down. Looks like Oliver is about to take a 5-1 lead over Michael Feliciano.
Digital Pool is the ultimate app for billiards enthusiasts, tournament directors, and league operators. Digital Pool enables world-class billiards events by using innovative technology to enhance and streamline the experience at every angle. Experience features like live scoring, text notifications, table assignments, real-time match updates, automatic reporting the Fargo rating, player stats and profiles, live streaming overlays, online player registration, and digital payment tracking. Enjoy all this and more by signing up for your free account at digitalpool.com.
Feliciano gets that 9 ball moving every break. I need to learn what he's doing. Fires it right in. Makes the score 5-2. And that was a quick rack.
Precision. Prestige. Unleashing tour-level performance. Built for the biggest stage. Powered by Q-Tech. Inspired by Matchroom. The 9-ball series.
All right, rack number 8. Zolnaki in the lead, 5-2.
Match 151, Scott Haas and Jason Sheeran. Table 13, Scott Haas and Jason Sheeran. Table 13.
Sophia Mast is currently up 4-0 over Kenny Nguyen. Jonathan Panagar, also known as John Hennessy, is up 6-5 over Ricky Evans. Jesus Atencio is up 5-2 over Miguel Batista. Matt Jarrell is up 8-6 over local player Ivo Lincoln. John Moore 8-4 currently over Nathan Childress. And the great Ralph Souquet 7-4 over Tommy Kennedy. All right, Feliciano going to the air. Almost made it. Two ball lands right behind the 8. Jumping again, 2 in a row now. He's had the jump. All right, he's going to play the edge of the 2. It is makeable from there. He's going to play back up table. Little kick and stick option. I like it. cue ball over on the left-hand side, behind the 9, behind the 8. That shot seemed a little out of character for Oliver. Hit that one a little quick and hard. All right, Mike Otto, good position, plays the 4. Play the 5 up in the top right. I like him just holding the cue here. I don't want to see him go up table. I'm starting to get into his rhythm now. I love players like Michael that are rhythm shooters. I myself am sort of a rhythm shooter. Obviously not on his level, but I like watching rhythm players start to get going. Feliciano hits his second golden of this match. I'm telling you, every single rack he's had this 9-ball moving. I got to, I might have to take a lesson. That would be, how would that be insane? Thanks. I really like Oliver's stroke, just the way he gets down on the ball. Yeah, I don't ever really want to be that guy, you know? Oh, almost. Gets perfect on the 6, but then misses the 5 ball. So Feliciano coming up again with the jumps. You'll see that actually a lot with players of this caliber. When they miss, the incoming player is going to have to jump because the other player got positioned behind the ball they want to be. Thanks. Jay Anthony, no, the next matchup that we will have here on the TV table, I said it earlier, I forget what it was. Give me 1 second, I'll let you. All right, yeah, our next match will be Watali Patsura versus Naoki Oi. Two buddy mines playing soon. Also, Brandon Schuff playing Tyler Steyer. Good friends of both of those guys. Zolnaki gets out. Increases his lead. It just came out this week. It's the Generation 2 Shane Van Boden Q-Tech Q. Pictured here in all of its beautiful glory. If you go to jsqsales.com, which is BSN's official Q retailer, also official retailer of Q-Tech. You can buy the Q there on their website, jsqsales.com. I don't believe Oliver is allowed to check the rack. Maybe he's just asking a question, but... 2 to the corner. Look at some of the upcoming matches this round. Sanjin Pelovanovic is playing Boris Ivanovsky. Moritz Neuhausen and Hunter Lombardo. Landon Hollinsworth and Demetrius Lakatos. Oscar versus Earl. Savannah Easton versus New York player Suad Katavarik. Dennis Graba versus the young Eric Roberts. Alvin Ocean versus Walter Lackery. That should be a good one also. I'll tell you, this match has a good... If this match is available after the next TV match, Jean-Marc Malayan and Hubert Lopatico are two really good players. I'd like to see them match up against each other too. And then our last TV match of the night would be Aloysius Yap versus Jeremy Seaman. Aloysius from Singapore, Jeremy from Battle Creek, Michigan. Said Yap doesn't need this small prize money after 90K yesterday. Well, he needs to pay for expenses to get home. Rouse K has defeated Tommy Kennedy with a score of 9-4. Two more balls here for Zolnaki to get himself to 7. All right. Zolnaki out to 7. thin shot from Oliver. It's going to leave Michael pretty open, actually. I think he was looking to be a little tighter on that one.
Table 1, match number 156, Tommy Mills and Torsten Hone. Table 1, Tommy Mills and Torsten Hone.
All right, Michael back on the winning side, it looks like here. 7-5. Going to have the score here any second. Good break, stuck behind the 9. These are 4-inch pockets, guys. Diamond tables were brought in by Diamond themselves, set up. They have all hands on deck for this event. There's a couple hundred Diamond tables here at this event. We weren't live yesterday, so you didn't hear 4-inch from me. Had that 9-ball close to the side pocket. All right, Feliciano gets another one. behind 7-6 on the score. Zolnaki with a good break. Stuck behind the 6, of course. The last rolling ball on the table. I'm broadcasting, I can't talk. Nice speed by Feliciano. Nice speed by Oliver, too, putting the cue ball behind the 9. Yeah, Oliver has been playing very well the past couple of years. Oof, look where the 9 lands. Got away with a little bit of a 1 there. All right, cue ball off the table to the 4. Michael's got a real good opportunity here to tie this matchup. All right, 9 ball. Makes the score 7-7. All right, guys, we got a player break. Back here in 1 moment with the conclusion of this match.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. 2 rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the 4 corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky 7. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open.
Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
All right, tied up 7-7 going into rack number 15. Feliciano to break. Keep an eye on a 9 ball. right, Feliciano about to take the lead here. Any second. All right, 8-7 now, Feliciano over Oliver Zolnaki. Wow, great break. Not far enough on the 2. He might be able to back cut it in now. Good shot by Feliciano. Looking to try to get himself onto the hill after being down by a couple of racks. right, 7 ball. Thought he was going to get out from there. Waiting for the other table to finish up their shot. Great shot, playing the 7 up to the top. He's going to have the 8 in the top corner and come down for the 9. All right, now we're going to go ahead and make this score 8-8 here in a race of 10. Cue ball to the side pocket, stays up. 2 rails up for Feliciano. Feliciano trying to get to the hill here with this shot. Plays the 8 to the corner. Play the 9 into the same spot. All right, Feliciano gets to 9. He's on the hill first. Oliver, his break. Trying to bring it all the way back down table. He's going to leave the 2 wide open. That could spell some trouble for him. Maciel. I'm sorry, not Maciel. I'm looking at Maciel. Zolnaki. About to shoot the 4 into the corner. Zolnaki's going to play the safe here. He's going to come try to set himself up behind the 6 and the 8. Puts the cue up top table. I believe there's a window. No, it's going to be very tight. Might be going airborne on this shot. Now he was able to get through. All right, Zolnaki back to the table with a clear opportunity to get out and tie this game up and make it 9-9 going into Hill. Has the 6 down to the corner. He's going to have to come down to get to the 7. And then if he plays the 7, comes out 2 rails, he'll have to get himself to the excuse me, to the 8 ball. John Hennessy's defeated Ricky Evans with a score of 10-8. Torsten Hamann is currently up 3-2 on Donnie Mills. Conrad Jujison is up 9-4 on Billy Gallagher Jr., local strong player in this area. All right, looks like we're going to go hill here once Zolnaki pockets this 9. All right, Zolnaki pockets the 9. We're going to go hill here, folks.
Every great player once stood where you are now, holding the cue and dreaming big.
Not with trophies.
Not with perfect shots.
But with that decision to first step up to the table.
Today is not about being the
All right, here we go. Hill. Feliciano for the break. Zolnaki's got to be nervous with them 2 Goldens he's had already. Did not move the 9, but there is a clear shot to the 2. And the 5-6 looks like, the 5-9 looks like it could be a makeable ball. He's a little flat on this 2 ball. So it's going to be very hard for him to make the 2 and punch off the rail. He might try to go forward 2 rails on this. Plays for the safe. this 2-ball is super important here. Michael makes a hit. I'm sorry, Zolnaki makes a hit, but Michael's very happy to see that leave. Wow, look at this. Oh, my God. All right, Zolnaki with ball in hand and a wide open table. All right, 4-ball. I don't see any obstacles here. 8 to 9 is going to be the tough one. Little bit here on the 8-ball. Feliciano is going to give him the handshake. And he's going to get out of this match. Oliver Zolnaki is going to win and move on to the next round. All right, folks. We are going to have our next matchup coming up here in a few minutes. It will be Naoki Oi versus Watali Patsora. We'll be back here in a few minutes, folks. Don't go anywhere. All right, guys, we're going to get started here in a few minutes. Tally's just taking his practice rack. All right, we're getting started here. Naoki Oi with Tally Patsora, the best hair in pool. Naoki's going to win the first lag here and get the first break. Remember, alternate break format, 9-ball on the spot. 2-ball rotates between the wings and the back. And WNT break box. Race to 10 here, round 2. All right, 1 ball down for Naoki. Sorry, he has a ball down, but not the 1 ball. He's going to go cut the 1 into the corner. Attempt to at least come back down for the 2. Naoki was in the finals last week of the In the Box Open over at Rax WNT event in Rax Pool Hall in West Hempstead, New York. Really nice place to go to. If you're in the area, make sure you go there. Check it out. Nice place full of diamonds. All right, with Tally out to the table. Excuse me 1 second. See you tomorrow, guys. All right, guys. 1-0 Nayuki. Tally on to the 2-ball. He's going to play the 2-ball, come across table and play the 3-8 combination. I believe this will be the last match of the night for the television matches. We will be back bright and early tomorrow at 11 a.m. Tally drawing the ball all the way back down table for the 4. Play the 4 and the 5 in the same pocket. We joke with Tally. We tell him that he has the best hair in pool, so we gave him an American name. We call him Benny. Play the 6 right into the corner. Just draw the cue ball back about 12 inches or so. Maybe a little bit more than that. All right, Vitali going to play the 9 right to the corner and tie this up 1-1 here in a race to 10. All right, 1-1 on the score. Vitali sinks the 9. Check out the new SVB Generation 2 Q-Tech Qs from BSN's newest sponsor, Q-Tech Qs. These things are gorgeous. If you want to pick up one of these Qs, you can go to jsqsales.com. which is BSN's official retailer, and of course official retailer of, or sorry, authorized retailer of Q-Tech cues. Will play the 3 to the bottom corner. Come up one rail. I might even try to come in between the 9 and the 7. He does. Playing the 5 into the same pocket. He's got a couple different options. He can just come across table. He might also stun the ball into the right side rail, almost right up where the template rack is laying on the side. Back up playing a nice little inside spin on the ball. I'll be playing the 7 to the bottom right corner. You know, it's easy for a lot of players to not take Naoki seriously because he, you know, he's a jokester, always saying something funny. But I don't think a lot of people realize just how lethal he is on the table. He is so good and puts the cue ball pretty much anywhere he wants to. And Naoki is definitely a threat to win every single tournament he's in. But the guy that he's playing right across from, too, is also one of those threats to be able to essentially beat anybody that he plays. So I expect this match to be back and forth, maybe some high-powered safes. Definitely going to be able to enjoy this one. Nice break by Vitali. Opens the table up pretty well, but incoming shot is a little rough. I think he's up to the task here. Let's see what he has to kind of shoot at. Playing at 2, it's very easy to lose the speed of this ball coming around table and basically getting parallel with the 3 and the 7. So he's going to make sure coming up the 3rd rail, the cue starts to slow down. Instead, he's just going to play the full out safe kind of bad move. All right, Vitali coasts the 4 into the corner. We'll have the 6 ball in the side pocket. A couple ways he can play this. He can roll past the 7, give himself an angle away from it, or he can just kind of stun it to the side and use the left side rail to slow the cue down coming off the rail for the 8 ball. right, well, Tally puts the ball down and makes the score 2-2 in a race to 10. All right, folks. All right, much better. All right, I gotta say, I am incredibly sorry. There was a spectator that accidentally has been sitting on this wire over here. Complete accident, nobody's fault, but the wire pulled was pulling out of the outlet, and every time I was talking, I didn't think I was getting any responses. I've been talking, commentating, and we realized that there was no sound coming out. So I'm extremely sorry for that one. No harm, no foul, all fixed and ready to go. All right, Naoki Oi has a 3-2 lead now here on Witali Patsora. Going into rack number 6, V to break. Oh, we might have a golden. No golden. We had 2 last rack. A little bit of a tough shot here. He's going to have to pull the cue. When he plays the 2 to the corner, he's probably not want to go forward with this. A couple matches that are ending right now. Niels Feijen. He's just defeated Darwin Vergara. Niels was the winner of this event last year. Yeah, I'm a little close. I thought the volume was coming out okay. Let me know how it sounds. Tally will play this 3 down into the corner, let the cue ball roll forward a little bit. Might even just kind of stun it. Yeah. 5 balls waiting at the top pocket. Sinks the 5 ball, comes around for the 6. You might see all 3 balls here, 7, 8, 9, all in the same pocket. Yeah, pal, I got music playing. Just not at an obnoxious level. Just a little blues in the background. Thanks, what's up, buddy? All right, Watali makes the score 3-3 here in a race to 10. Alternate break. Naoki up to the table. It's going to be his break. Daniel Maciel just won his match 10-3 against Ed King. Oscar Dominguez is up 5-0 currently on Earl. Elliot Sanderson is up 6-2. And Torsten is on the hill, 9-6 against Donnie Mills. All right, Naoki has the 3 in the corner, but the angle, the cue ball might run into the 9. Oh, he just clears it. That's a good shot. All right, Naoki pockets that. He's going to take a 4-3 lead over Vitali. Basically, it's back and forth. No player really having a big edge here right now.
Hello guys, I'm Fedor Gorst and you're watching Billiards Sports Network.
Okay, rack 8 with Tally to break. Tally at the table. Look at the overhead. Looks like we got a stray cue ball. Too good for your home. Good hit by Naoki. The Vinny's just a made-up name. It's not actually. It's not actually his real name. We told him he had to have an American name. Off to 4. Back and forth, these two players. Safety, safety, jump, jump. Neither one wanting to give an inch. All right, we got a final over there. Torsten Hamann has defeated Donnie Mills with a score of 10-7. Savannah Easton, one of my WPBA girls, is up 2-1 over Suad Kantavark. Hunter Lombardo and Moritz Neuhausen are locked up in a pretty big battle. Sanjan Pelovanovic is up 6-3 over Boris Ivanovsky. Got a couple good matches starting this round. They just announced they sent out Eric Roberts and Dennis Graba. There's one match I can't wait to see this one. Sean Mark Malayan versus Hubert Lopatico. They're very evenly matched, and both of those players are very electric. They have great shot-making abilities. If you started the first round today, 4 matches or 4 wins in a row will get you to the winner's qualification, single elimination on Saturday. If you're one of the WNT top 32, then you get, there were buys. So if you were a seeded player, then you got a buy. So then 3 matches get you to Saturday, single elimination. 64 will be going to stage 2. 32 from the winner's side and 32 from the B side. Benjamin, what's up, bud? Always enjoying the expo, buddy. V going for the all-out save, putting the cue behind the 7-9, letting him come up table. There's also one of the best female players in the world is actually here in this tournament, Han Yu. She's playing in a little bit against Raymond Linares, Florida, a buddy of mine. Albin Ocean and Walter Lacrier supposed to be playing in a few minutes. Going to put it back up top again. Parks it on the 8 ball. It is not. The 8 does not go, but there could be a tangent line on the 3 to go to the top left. We'll see here in a second. Miyuki's just going for the safe. It's going to skirt out, probably even scratch. It does. All right, with tally. Before going into the side pocket. Going to set up for the 5 in the corner. All right, 6 ball to go up to the top corner. Good stroke on the 6 ball. I don't know if he got there though. The way he's queuing it, he has all the ball. Actually, enough to overcut it. Wow. All right, Yankee in a position here. Potentially take a 2-game lead. Looking to play the 7 to the top corner. All right, Nayuki gets out. I'm just going to start calling him Oi. He keeps calling him. Oi gets out, makes the score 5-3. Good break. No love on the 3 ball. 6 is in the way. All right. Don't see a big benefit for Vitali to really go for this shot. Yeah, I knew he was going to play more conservative on that one. Just put the cue up table. Always going to play containing safety here. Just kind of try to hold the cue behind the 9. Put the 3 back up table. We have a little chess match going on here right now between the 2 players. Who's going to make the mistake first, or overhit or overstroke the ball? V's going airborne. I would think I would be a betting man saying he was going to kick at it, and of course I would lose my money because he's jumping, but maybe he's going to try to jump, play the front of the 3. He held it good. I think it's going to, it is. It's going to leak out for Naoki. Look for Naoki to. I want to see him spin this ball. Onto the 5, kind of 2 rails over for the 6 ball. He did not miss the 5. He did. All right, V's going to play the 5 into the corner. He's going to have to get to the left side of the 6, our left side of the 6. Long kick here for Naoki. No, he didn't. Almost from Naoki. That would have been a really nice kick shot into the corner pocket. All right, so look for V to come off. A couple different ways to play this. He can come off the left rail, clip the 6, come around the 9. He can come in tight on the 6 and just play the 6 in and come up to the left side of the 9, come back up table. And Vitali makes a good shot there on the 8 ball. Comes across for the 9. He's going to be able to play the 9 to the bottom left. He wants to try to cut this deficit down to 1 here against Naoki Oi, last week's runner-up at the In the Box Open. All right, we have 5-4 here on the score. All right, rack 10, waiting for the score to update. Vitali down by 1, breaking. Nine ball's moving. Every time a 9 ball gets moving, it just you get that chance that it could go in. Get that quick golden rack. Three into the corner, cue ball, nice and clean, back up table, playing the 4. Just going to be back and forth here for Vitali. Still think Vitali should go after some men's hair care products for sponsors instead of Q sponsors and everything. He's got the best hair in pool. Plays that inside, bumps the 8 a little bit, gives him some some room to be able to stop the cue ball, but also play with some pace. Get an over the shoulder view here of V when he gets down. Little stuck in the pocket, though. He's not going to be happy about that one. Is he going to play it off the 9 to the top left? Look at the speed. He got there. I like that shot. So nice. Play it off the 9 to the top left. We get to play it twice. Look at the speed. It's the instant classic replay. Got there. I like that. Sponsored by Classic Billiards. Naoki with the jump shot. All right, well, Tally's got a chance. Tie this up. Oh, V left a 7 in the corner. He's going to want that one back. All right, Naoki gets out and makes another 2-game lead. All right. 2-ball goes in clean to the corner. He's the fastest growing beard and bull. You're right, thanks. I'm trying to hypnotize you all to subscribe to the Billiard Sports Network. I don't really have to try that hard. I just give you a really cool pool. Don't charge a pay-per-view, and don't make you pay for anything. Pretty simple. Now I'm curious, is Naoki going to use a lot of the inside English and try to go for the 9? Or is he just going to try to cut the 2 and then just go for the run out? He's just going to go for the run out. A little bit of a tough angle coming off. Oh, that's a nice one. Jump bank. That's a highlight reel shot right there. Oh, that's a nice one. Jump bank. And he gets a little bump at the end there off the 6. Pool gods are nice to him in that shot. Both players playing the back and forth chess, waiting for one of those balls to leak out. Two rails for V, hits it, but it's going to leak out again. Nayuki got the best of the exchange. Blocks electrical fields. Text your computer. Tally with some of the highlight reel shots of the tournament today. Back and forth for Vitali, going to make the score 6-5. Guys, if you're coming down to the Super Billiards Expo, make sure you stop over and see my man Dr. V with his new Titleist chalk. So good that I got Shane to switch off of the chalk that he was using for this. That's got to be saying something. Like I said, make sure you go stop by and see Dr. V. Just waiting for the score to update 6-5. Mr. Oy over Vinny P. Let's see what some of the scores are currently around the tournament. All right, Vitali having 3 balls left, trying to get himself tied up here with Naoki. The young Eric Roberts is having a real tough time right now with Dennis Graba. Dennis is up 8-0. Tyler Steyer up 4-2 on Brandon Schuff. Moritz is up 9-6 on Hunter Lombardo. Sanjin Pelavanovic is up 9-8 on Boris Ivanovsky. Savannah Easton is up 5-4 over Suad Kantovarik. Or Kantorevic, not Kantovarik, Kantorevic, excuse me. All right, 6-6 here on the score. All right, 6 in the way, 2 up on the opposite end. And we got a final over there. Moritz Neuhausen has defeated Hunter Lombardo with a score of 10-6. Moritz moving on to the next round. You know, sometimes it's hard running the stream and being at some of these tournaments because I'm still a fan of pool. Like, I'm a self-proclaimed pool nerd. And match just started over there. It's going to be Raymond Linares, buddy of mine from Florida, playing Han Yu. I'd love to go sit down and watch that. But then the fun thing is I remember that I own all the content, so I can just go back and watch it later on. And you can too, with the Digital Pool All-Table Streaming Pass. Tally with a nice spin around the 9 for the 5 ball. V just has to be careful of the side pocket. This is one of those shots where you can almost overstroke it and then just kind of curls into the side pocket. He just has to make sure he stuns it right. And he did. Hit that ball exceptionally well, actually. All right, and Witali Patsura takes the lead now, 7-6, here against Naoki Oi. I did an interview with Naoki about 2 years ago at the U.S. Open, and it was incredibly funny. It was at an old channel that I used to run. And afterwards, he looked at me, he goes, he said in this, he goes, nah, not funny enough, do again. And maybe do the whole interview again so he can be funnier. All right, folks, when this match is over, this will be our last match of the night. We will be right back at it at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Scott Frost joins me on Saturday and Sunday. So the Frosty one, keep it nice and cool in here. We'll be, of course, talking about pool, everything going on in all the tournaments, and Scott's exceptional commentary. JJ stopped in earlier to say hi to me. See if we can get JJ in the booth here at some point. Emily's here. I know Emily is incredibly busy, but maybe I can guilt her into coming in here for a few minutes. If not, totally understand. I don't think anybody in pool works harder than Emily Frazier. All right, Naoki with the push shot. All right, Witali giving it back. All right, 2 goes in the side. I think Witali has to get out here or play a great shot that he can then get out on his next inning. If he goes back and forth with Naoki, I see Naoki coming out on top. Just because I think right now in this particular match, I think Vitali is playing the better shots, like the better shot maker. But Naoki has been getting the better of the exchanges on the defensive portion of the game. So Vitali can at least get himself a 2-rack lead. If he does make an inevitable mistake, it won't necessarily, could not necessarily cost him the match. We have a final over there with David Fenley from Maryland versus Darren Appleton. Darren got the best of that exchange, won the match 10-2. Dennis Graba is on the hill right now against the young Eric Roberts with a score of 9-2. Tyler's up 5-3 on Brandon Shonuff Shuff. Kazakis is up 6-1 over Ken Mendoza. I think Alex got the WPA Player of the Year, if I'm not mistaken. Well deserved. If you've ever spoken to Alex, he's such a nice guy to talk to. Always respectful, always cool. V making some good work of this rack. All right, 8-ball for Vitali to come back down for the 9. All right. Vitali gets to 8 now, 2 up on Naoki Oi.
Hi there folks, I'm Phil Yates. I watch an awful lot of 9-ball pool. If you want to see the best of action, it's Billiards Sports Network, all the way.
My man, Uncle Phil, Phil Yates, one of my favorite people to be around. I consider Phil a commentary legend, and I got to call some matches with him last year, and it was like a very humbling experience being next to someone as professional as Phil. But Phil was, oh, Naoki, golden. It's 8-7. That quick, he gets one back. So back to Uncle Phil. Last year, he said he came to the Battle of Bull, him and Carl Boyce. It was a great time. And he gave me some tips and everything. It was just really cool to be able to get in the box with someone like Phil. All right, 8-7 now. Naoki, his break. You just called the match. Then I was, as a fan, I wanted to see Sean Mark Malayan versus Hubert Lopatico. That's going to be a killer matchup. Sean Mark Malayan, the first Pennsylvania State 9-ball champion. I held that tournament a couple years ago. He was the winner, defeating Lucas Fracasso Werner. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Vitali comes back almost with one. Wow, Vitali almost got one. Let's see, how close is that? I mean, it's there. Wow. Do you call the push and just make it here? Or do you play the 2 for the cut with a little bit of back English? That's a big shot here. He has to get position. Now, actually, can he bank the 3 into the 9 playing the two-way shot? That would just be madness. Instead, he's going to cut the 3 up table, get in between. That's a great shot. All right, now that pocket just became huge to bank the 4 across table at the 9-ball. Play the 4-9 combination. All right, Vitali looking to get on the hill here with this shot. Wow. Right down the center jaws of the pocket. Pushes the 9 out. That is insane. I don't know what you said this earlier about yesterday. There was no stream yesterday. I think you may have been watching another event. All right, V still has a chance to get out here. Get himself onto the hill. Got to get on the good side of the 6. He does. All right, so does V play the one rail, or does he kind of put a little bit of back spin on it, come off and connect to the second rail, the left side rail? Well, just plays a nice pocket speed ball. That shows confidence. That shows that he's not afraid to just play the shot he needs to instead of using the second rail to slow down. Plays a 7 in the corner. Pretty straight on the 8. Plays the cue up. 9 ball going to be in the side pocket. And looks like Watali will get to the hill first against Naoki Oi. Oi, oi. All right, 9-7 Watali right now.
Ich bin Moritz Neuhausen und ihr schaut gerade Billiards Sports Network.
I got to get Watali and Naoki to each make me one of those, but in their language. So one in Japanese and one in Ukrainian would be cool. All right, Naoki's break. Makes the 1, but no shot on the 2. I don't know if Naoki wants to push here, because if I'm Watali, I just give it back. So Watali is guaranteed at least one more break. And Naoki's going to push. He'll push to the jump. But I think I like the 2-rail kick instead. I think I like the kick to the left side pocket down to the bottom rail and trying to come from behind it. Watali doesn't even want to touch it, so he gives it back. Oh, and Naoki does not make the hit. That will be ball in hand. All right, 6 balls left for Watali to end this match and move on to the next round. Like I said, this will be our last streamed match of the night. But you can watch all the remaining matches. There's going to be some B-side matches tonight on the Digital Pool all-table streaming platform. If you're watching here on YouTube, I will put a link in the chat for you. If you're watching on WNT television, we'll be back tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. You are more than welcome to come watch and hang out with us. Tally did not get where he wants to be. A little too much. Is V just going to come across? Does he ride the 9 here a little bit? I think he has enough to skim it, too, if you really want to try to play the safe. Yeah, I think he was really just kind of making contact on that shot, making the hit. And like I said earlier, you want to put Naoki away. You don't want him having opportunities and chances. And if you're Naoki, obviously you're trying to capitalize on anything that you can. That there will not help Naoki right now. Oh, almost back cut it in. That would have been a great shot for Naoki. All right. With Tally, 3 shots left to finish. Playing the 7 in, just wants to come across. If he can get straight on the 8, he'll be okay with the 8 in either pocket. That'll work for him. All right, 8 ball down, 1 shot left here for Vitali to move on to the next round. I think he'll just need 1 more win tomorrow on the A side to get to the final 64. All right, and Witali is going to win this match and defeat Naoki Oi and move on. Folks, that's our last match of the night. Thank you for watching. Thank you for keeping track of us all day, hanging out, 10, 12, 15 hours of pool. We love it. Thank you to all of our international viewers watching on WNT television. And, of course, all the people watching from the digital pool all table streaming. My name is Frank Maialetti, also known as the Cue Ball from the Pool Hall, here from the Billiard Sports Network. Thank you. Have a good night, and we will see you all tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Time.